Hi everyone, I am Tara, aka Spirit Mother, on YouTube. Spirit teaches the golden 1974 my soul, and I'm also live on my Facebook. If you're new to my channel, I always recommend, suggest, and I really encourage you to read the description of my YouTube channel. Spirit teaches the golden itself, so you can get a better understanding of what it is that I do for the channel. Some of you are aware of, that I bring a multitude of different things. I connect with spirit, I work with spirit, I work beside spirit, I different languages come out, I look like a raging lunatic, but I bring things forward for spirit, right? And my channel is not for everyone. Like, people don't want to put hands on the head, but I say, hey, keep fucking hands to yourself. You want to bring it energetically? Well, and if people come up to some like the co-host or what have you, I'm not here to play games, okay? Because I don't know how all of the co-hosts works, but I've seen other things with regards to it. And last time I did joined someone's live, they were a real fucking asshole, okay? Because they wanted popularity. Right? They were actually part of they agreed with ICE. They were all for ICE. Well, are you all for ICE now, considering that ICE just shot a woman and killed her, shot her in the face and killed her, and they want to say that that's self-defense? That's not self-defense. That's manslaughter. Now, I'm looking because I'm wondering why this isn't in international court. I'm wondering why they're so pussyfooting around. And like I said, my channel's not for everyone. Okay, my language may be a little foul, and you'll say, "Oh, well, that's not very ladylike." Well, nobody said that I was always in my feminine energy, because I go between masculine and feminine. Okay? Now, I scroll TikTok a lot, okay, because that's part of what Spirit has me doing right now. Okay, if anybody like, it's looking to see where the world is, where propaganda is, and where truth is, and where people are on journeys. It's getting to know people itself and how they think and perceive. Okay, now I encourage people to speak up about your story. Okay, this thing with regards to ICE. Now I'm questioning everything right now. Okay, was this staged as another distraction? Because it was about Epstein files, it was about Venezuela, and it was shooting, it was about multitudes of different things. And when I look into international law and the international court and that steps in when human rights and war crimes are being committed. Well, that's happening all over the place. And my question is, why is the international court not in there? My question today, like, people say about the Galactic Federation. Is the Galactic Federation part of it? Right? Because people depict Ashtar as being one of the ones that go and talk to Donald Trump. Is the Galactic Federation actually the UN? You say the Galactic, well, the UN is the world, and like there's, what is it? They say there's what is it, 190 some, or not quite sure on how many countries are involved in the UN. Okay? And I'm not saying the UN is all bad, because it's got its corruption, the same as your Senate, the same as the fucker that you got sitting in your White House. Okay, and like See, people say about your privacy being invaded, your privacy being invaded. Well, do you know why your privacy is invaded? It's because no one can be truthful. So sometimes that's the only way. And then they'll use like what you say against you in court. They'll use your religion and your belief systems and what have you. Okay? Because I've said it before. Like, okay, there's more than Donald Trump that's committing human rights violations and war crimes. Okay? But see, the thing is, why are you're always putting fucking wealthy people in there? Why? Because you say that they know how to manage money, they know how to steal money. It's got nothing to do with managing it because none of them are managing it very fucking well because, they're too busy putting it in their pockets and in infrastructures that benefit them. Like I said the other day or last night or something. Like, shit, your tax dollars are going to bail out $1 billion corporations. And people will sit back and say, "Oh, well, that's okay." No, it's not. It's far from okay. That's where you allow the corruption to get away with doing it, and that's why innocent people get fucking shot by people with their fucking dicks up in the air and thinking that they're all that, and everybody else is beneath them. See, the international court and the people should be allowed to go in and drag those fuckers right out of their seats. See, they cover up everything and then they blame you. We do say, like, the ones who voted these people in because you wouldn't look at anything. You've left the system to the point where the system runs you when that system was actually supposed to work in your favor. Not many people read the Constitution. Not many people know their rights. Like, here, let's see. Because, all this stuff that's going on, it should be in the international court. So why is it not there yet? We've been dealing with this fucker for how many years now? And I do say fucker because he's the epitome of an asshole who has a big fucking ego, but nothing in his pants. Oh! Like the laugh, huh? Seriously. They always see their ego is what compensates for what they are incapable of accomplishing. Their ego has to step in. So they have to cover everything up. And in order to try and cover everything up, they have to have you distracted. The Charlie Kirk thing, it was all plastered over when I was watching. It was all everywhere. And then it was Venezuela and it was Epstein and now it's about this woman that was shot in the face by someone who just often fucked off when everybody should have been taking a hold of him and fucking grabbing him and saying, "Hey, citizens arrest." But why didn't people do that? You just stood there, you see him murder someone, and you stood there and you let him go. Oh, well, the law. Hey, I said just the other day, it's like the four horsemen. Okay? They like to play their little fucking war games, right? They like to, come in like, oh, right? One of them coming down. What? After I'm on line right now, so they see Quito porque I'm away. But thank you. He knows I'm on here. But he come down and asked if I wanted some watermelon. Now the thing is, and he just slammed the door. See, the thing is, that's what you're looking at. You're looking at the four horsemen. Okay, I know he gets in different forms of spirit because I understand spirit and I understand. You say about demons. Maybe you should go educate yourself on those shows that they say are the church says there's demons and angels and ghosts and goblins and seraphims, everything. But then there's a part of the system that puts you in a psychiatric unit if you even remotely say anything about it, because that is the part of the system that is the demonic, that is the devil. That's the father who wants absolute control. And by fuck, he'll get out his whips, chains, and belts to fucking come at you. But he'll use your family members and your friends. Because that's how pathetic he is. He's like an adolescent boy child who hasn't fucking grown up and tells everybody else to get over it and grow up. Dude, it's you who needs to fucking repent. It's like, you say about God, I do not worship God. Because the God is the devil. There's parts of the church, you have it right. You go and it's like the church, when you go in and they're doing these exorcisms and going into places and doing demonic cleansings and what have you. Who the fuck do you think those people are? But you demonize it. You say, oh, they're like, you talk about people like myself, lay people. Unless you're affiliated with the church, well, you're fucking demonic. What do you think is taking on the demonic? But it's also got to take on its own people because it's all infiltrated in there. That's much like your court systems. Because if your court system worked for the fucking people, why the hell is Donald Trump and his fucking crony ghoulies fucking getting away with it? I say ghoulies because if any of you ever watched the movie Ghoulies, they're all fucking deformed. People are out and they're protesting in the streets about stuff like that. Where are you protesting? I'm serious. 1444 on my timer as I said that. Where are you protesting? Seriously, where are you protesting? Are you going to the places where you should actually be because you're separated from one thing? You're separated. You're still divided. You're together, but you're divided because you're not going at the appropriate place. You have to come together. That's how you're going to defeat that aspect of a system that has been corrupted ever since it was created. That's the same as your constitutions, your criminal codes. Here's the Canadian criminal code right here. Like, look, that's a fucking huge thing. Okay, those are laws that you are not allowed to. Those are laws, and you are not allowed to violate those laws. Here's your Constitution Charter of Rights, freedom of faith in religion. Well, everybody's fighting over that, so we don't have no freedom there, right? Freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, including freedom of the press and other media and or communications. Okay, freedom of thought, you're not allowed that because if you put your thoughts out there, well, you get condemned for it. Your beliefs, well, that's what's happening here. Everybody has different beliefs, and we're all being kiboshed because we're supposed to believe in the one Almighty's belief. He's not my Almighty. Not my Father. People think that it creates. You've already been created. It's just for us to opinion, like expression, including freedom of the press and media for communication. Okay, freedom of the press. Well, you don't have freedom of the press for the most part because most of the press is bought and paid for and run by the people that you put in fucking power. I showed pictures. The one from Fox News and MSIS or whatever that woman there. If you look at the two of them, they're either brother and sister or they're the same fucking person because they're built the same. They look the same. No offense, but the woman looks a lot like would look a lot like a version of Katie. Like, and then other media of communication. Do you know that I found 3Ds that are identical at the place of these? Oh, well, no, it's not. If you look up, no two beats are identical. Okay, but they say they are. That's okay. That's okay. No, it's not. And when I tried to contact the media, nobody ever got back to me. But they talk about property being stolen, and this was property stolen. It was illegal documents. So they block you if it goes against who they're protecting or a system they are bought and paid for to protect. And then the ones, the actual ones who, like a real, a true uh, journalist will be unbiased, who would report both sides of everything or all sides of everything. But that's not what's happening. Freedom of peaceful assembly. Okay, people are peacefully assembling, but people are saying, like, for certain stuff, certain people aren't allowed to protest, but others are. So you're creating more division there, and that's what they're trying to do. That's how they keep their conflict going. So all of what's happening right now is all against your constitution. So while you're outstanding and you're protesting rights, maybe you should be protesting your Senate, protesting the International Court, and asking them why the fuck they're not doing anything about it. But see, people would rather sit back and feel like minding their own business because they don't want to be a target. They don't want to lose their home. They don't want to lose their pensions. They don't want to lose their job because you fear that you may step on the wrong people's toes. Maybe instead of worrying about that, maybe you should be cryptocurrency. freedom of association. Okay, so people say, like, okay, in regards to Donald Trump, freedom of association, he's allowed to associate with Jeffrey Epstein. But what does their association entail? And when is the international, like people, like when I was reading, well, people, like the Senate, now they got taken to the international court. How about you kick the Senate out and become the Senate yourself and take it to the international court and see what where the flaws are there too. You know, I know, like even Canada's part of the UN. So to Mark Carney and to the ones in Greenland or Denmark or Colombia, you know, this is all crimes. This is like he's telling you about annexing, he's creating war, which he was a man who commanded and said, "Oh, why are you putting on war? I'm the peace. I'm the one that's going to make peace." You're going to make peace. The only peace you're going to make, man, is the fucking truth that comes out your ass and goes on your fake golden bullet that you call your throat. You know, life, liberty, and security of a person. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of a person. Okay, right to life. So they put in a temptation of need and they play on people's emotions and feelings and on people's problems in hopes that you'll say, okay, I'll take my own, I'll take my own life. But see, the thing is, they're actually not taking their own life. There's still somebody else taking it for them. Oh, goddamn! So, you know, hey, you're still like, it's not the person who is taking their life. They're saying maybe they are signing a paper, but they're not the ones doing it themselves. It's somebody else doing it, whether there was permission given or not. Because if you knew anything about mental health, somebody who is suffering from mental health issues and they want to take their own life, that means that they cannot consent themselves. Yeah. Seriously. But hey, what do I know? You didn't go to university. I took paralegal and I know how to understand things. And my question to you is why aren't you yet? Why aren't you seeing? Look at your own. Look at, okay. There's people that you think your life is all grand and that. Okay, so if your life is all grand, I'm not fucking talking to you. I'm talking to the ones that feel the need to have that savior to come in. You are the savior. You are the one that has to go instead of, because you know you praise Jesus, and I'll say, like, any picture that I see, whenever the authorities came around, they ushered Jesus away. So how does that make him my Lord and Savior? If he gets ushered away, he's not standing there fighting for me. He's being ushered away. So how, to me, I'm asking, how does that make him my Lord and Savior? because I am my Lord and Savior. All aspects of spirit. You are part of my Savior because you are part of me and I am part of you. So, hey, you look to a constitution that's rigged, you look to a criminal code that aspirates you, but when it comes to the crimes that they did, well, they're the fucking ones running the show, so they get on with it, right? And then Donald Trump's there saying about hanging people. Well, maybe Donald Trump, maybe, and people like you, maybe you need to be strung up and hung, but maybe you need to be hung by your feet, and then see if the blood rushes to your head and any common sense wakes up. Oh, wait, you're a pathological liar. Everybody says you have dementia, but dude, go get checked for syphilis. Seriously. I don't care. Like, there's many people who don't like me, or many people, they just want me to shut up because it's causing problems for them. Oh, hey, maybe you're your own fucking problem, and I'm not causing any problems for people like myself. What is it? Stirring up your perfect so called life? Your perfect little life? Ones that believe they have a perfect life, they are the ones that condemn people who are living on the streets and say that they're the street rats. They're only street rats because of people like you. Seriously, you wouldn't have like angry people. You wouldn't have people killing each other. To those ice people that are in ice and that agree with ice, I'm going to ask you, or I'm going to tell you, I hope the money is worth it. Because that is like people say about the test. That's a big part of the test. To the ones that you say about Christ and whatnot in the test. So my question to Mega, that woman that got shot by ICE, said the ones that you're all for ICE. What if that woman was your mother, or daughter, or son, or husband, or wife, or grandmother, or grandfather? What is it you should do? Oh, just say, oh well, I wouldn't do something like that. Of course not, because you think you're fucking righteous, right? If you're supporting ICE, you are far from righteous. And those same people will call themselves and refer to themselves in their soul. Wow, devil worship? No, right? You do. You worship the Father because you don't have the balls or the cojones to stand up to the devil. At a run and hide, watching TV, eat your phones, say everything's like, oh, you're not real. That's not real. I have family members who believe that what I read forward isn't real, but yet they supported the fact that I read for exorcism not too long ago. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that nobody went and grabbed that ice agent. You know, ICE agents are like bounty hunters, and bounty hunters are not above the law. They're not even the law. You know what a bounty hunter is? You know, they're given money to go out and do what they do. They're bought. Money meant more to life. See, people say it's sad. That's sad. That is seriously fucking sad. What they're doing, what they do. And more savage because we're trying to survive. Because people are saying that people like myself on assistance or disability or someone living on the streets or what have you, we are the bane is the existence. Are you fucking kidding me? Seriously, are you fucking kidding me? You're giving your government officials hundreds of thousands of dollars to live. Some of them are getting housing and they're getting food for if they go to work or go somewhere else. Well, all their expenses are paid. You go to work, none of your expenses are paid. You still have to pay for your food. You still have to pay for your accommodations. You're living, and then they're giving your money, like I said, to multi-million dollar, billion-dollar corporations. And let's say that they are non-profitable. They are the worst fucking profitable businesses out there. Oh, you fucking hurt motherfucker today. This is a spirit to spirit channel. And those spirits know exactly who I'm talking to. Every time. Man, shit, I understand it. Okay, yes, man. You had fucking, you were fucking, you were sexually harmed as a child, but you're a fucking grown ass man now. But wait, see, I've had somebody, okay, certain people will say about certain individuals that they're not mentally past the age of 14 or so, okay? But you will give them drugs and alcohol even though you believe they're not to be past that age. You have some inner work to do, and you really need to face yourself. See, people are many people are afraid to, they're afraid to stand up to the perceived, to the devil, because he'll send his fucking minions. Did you hear where I said it'll send its minions? Because he's too cowardly to stand for himself. Many people are saying we're in Revelations, we're in apocalypse. Well, apocalypse, it, it's the apocalypse and four horsemen, but it's not telling the truth because it's showing what you can repeat. So hey, maybe maybe the true God is the true creator. It's saying God it's saying, hey, if you guys are all fucking stupid enough to allow this to continue, then I'm just gonna sit back and watch. Some people say, oh, they like that. But see, that's the thing. The true God is not sitting back and watching. The true God has stepped in to go to fucking forefront for war. Because the true creator was the feminine. She's the daughter of the devil. Seriously. The devil was Uranus. The devil was so taking the blame, saying he was like wanting Eve not to. So because Eve did, the daughter did, and became more knowledgeable in different ways, and didn't want to follow a tyrant. Because I'm sorry, should shadows and darkness be afraid of the truth alive? That's why when people say in the name of in the name of the people say in the name of Jesus. I don't say in the name of Jesus because Jesus is not afraid of himself. See, I heard somebody on here earlier saying that Jesus was a gangster. What type of people was he? Was he teaching the illusion? So no, I like you know love you Zeus, but when are you gonna fucking grow up, man? You know, you have who is it that you have with the trident or the fork or whatever? Is that not like people say about Zeus with the lightning bolt, but others depict him with the fork? And that's a tyrant. Pobrecito, porque no todavía amor. People don't follow this because you follow different versions of stuff, and some people don't believe in God, Jesus Christ, what have you. Because I've even seen people do videos where they're going around and they're asking individuals to believe in Jesus. People like, because you're always saying Jesus died on the cross for your sins, but see, sin is still around. you're still living under it, and you're saying that somebody died for your sins, died for his own. See, they glorified certain things. A Messiah is a messenger, a pastor, a priest. They've said messengers, but all they're sending, like a lot of messages out about, is killing the opposition. So people are with this certain individuals with the mega and stuff like that that thinks that what's happening to people is okay and justifiable. What fucking world are you from? Sí que tú por aquí te poniendo tú, sí, eh? Fucking shake your head, man, and see if anything fucking shakes and rattles in there. Seriously, the fuck is your malfunction? You're a fucking machine. You shouldn't be malfunctioning. You should be wide fucking awake. I've lost people in my life because I stand up, because I speak my truth. I speak truth. You know, some people think, well, the language you're speaking, you're sure gonna put hexes and stuff on us. No, no, I know it needs to do it. You do it quite well yourselves. Seriously, people say about picking sides. Well, the side I pick is the side for the people. What's best for the people as a whole, not just certain groups that say, oh, well, we want this, we want that. You don't know what you want. That's where ego gets involved because you only want what benefits you. And you don't give two fucking shits about the person next door, even if your kids are fucking starving. You just want to say, boot out the immigrants. Well, you know, I guess we all better fucking pack our bags and go right along with them. Let's just say, no, this land is ours. You immigrated here. Your ancestors immigrated. Now, all this stuff I'm talking about, this is what your government, this is what people in you put in power, and then say that people like myself don't have a say because we don't vote. Oh, fuck yourself. Sorry, dude, but you gave up your vote to somebody else, so I guess you might want to shut your face because you got somebody else to do. Conecta com a isso. it's like it's much like rise up, like fucking wake up. ¿Viste como algo tuya, man? People, some people are saying that the contest of prison plan. Well, if the Earth is a prison planet, then I guess maybe you should start like looking into what the prisons on this planet are actually like, and see that you have a slumlord. Do any of you know what goes on in a prison? You know, prison inmates, they're fucking raping and beating each other. And not only are they doing that to each other, but the fucking staff members are doing it. All because you allow it to be privatized. Prison is, and that's another thing that the international court should be studying. It shouldn't be waiting for fucking dipshit people that sits in a fucking seat and eats their escargot when they go to summit to stroke each other's egos. International court should have jurisdiction and not have to wait. It's like, hey, you know, you're violating, so hey, you're violating human rights. You're committing war crimes. So international court should be saying, well, we're not waiting for something. It's like they say, let them go until they hang themselves. They already fucking hung themselves. They just don't want it all to come out because the one that's supposed to be hung, we squeal on the mall like a fucking pig is. He likes calling women pigs. Like I said the other day, with all due respect, man, we're not the ones shitting our pants all the time. People say, oh, you're not very nice. You know, I was once told sometimes you got to fight fire with fire. So if you don't want to get burned by the fucking fire that's taking place right now, then you better fucking wake up and get the fuck out of the way. Because you think that there's like the fourth horseman. Is that Forrest's man? Oh, what him? Let's pretend to make America great again. You see cómo diferencia no es? ¿Cómo estoy en su policía? I seen the Christmas thing from Mar-a-Lago. In Mar-a-Lago, the ballroom, it's even in fucking gold. Do you guys do people not realize, like, how about you go look at your history and see what the Romans were like? Like shit, I kind of laughed because everything like was almost elegant. And then you looked at the stage and it was so fucking tacky. Like it was like a stage that had a blue curtain. Everything else was almost fancy, but the stage was just at a place. And what kind of entertainment did he have? Because I watched the video with their entertainment, the one on the stage, and like Donald, see, you don't own Marvel Art. actually put it in trust and put it over to your youngest son, Byron or Baron. Seriously, I looked at things, and whether it switches from timeline to timeline or from whatever they need to fucking put it on. I even brought it on here on one of my lives. I'm not sure if it was the one, the TikTok channel that I had prior to, because it got banned permanently. It got permanently banned and suspended banned because I put up right off of the Canada government website the weather modification, and it got banned. My channel got banned for that. Like they say, violations of community guidelines. But yet people are allowed and okay to put up somebody getting shot. Seriously. Oh, right, because that's what this brings. That's what brings in. And the ones doing some of this is my sister told me, you shouldn't talk about it. Like, they're already doing things. But people say, well, we need to do something. No, we're not talking about it. Why do you think the ones that speak up never really have any fucking money? It's like they do it. It's like, here, you're speaking up about us. You're fucking, you got a big mouth. I'd rather have a big mouth than a fucking big ego. Because at least my big mouth will speak truth, and your ego is always pathologically liar. With a bit of truth thrown in there, just so people will believe your lies. Because people don't catch things as quickly as some people don't catch things as quickly as others. Because they don't put the two together. Look at both timelines, look at both parallel worlds, look at both timelines, and then put the pieces of the puzzle together. Make them face themselves because they don't like what they see. And when I say they don't like their ego, likes themselves. Matter of fact, they're probably the ones looking like up on the podium, or you're walking, or would you like me to help you get that stick out of your ass? Ah! Seriously. Because the ones that act most of the ones that act all prim and proper, those are the ones with the dysfunctional roots. Biggest dysfunction. Seriously. Go watch soap operas. They're showing you real life. It's a cutthroat thing. So, that's why, Putin passed the ball to Donald Trump. What the fuck was in the ball? Because the Trump wasn't a softball ball. You got the truth in the ball, or some say the ball is in your court. Purite quereto, purissimo today. Yeah. What do they say? The true God gives them leniency to bury themselves. Yeah. And you see parts on here where the mega manipulate it, the ones that think they're all big and dumb. But I have to ask, what are they on or what are they being given? Because if they're acting like that, like there's something wrong. It's like a drug or something. Because they're standing there and they're just fucking walloping themselves. And I could feel some of their, like I could feel their energy. And it's like, wow, these people got to be being fed something other than fucking lies. I have to ask you, do you love your family? Probably not. Let's just say, oh, I'm doing it for my family. No, you're doing it for your fucking ego. Because hurting someone else is not doing anything right for your family unless you're protected, and that's you're protected. You're protecting. You're you're protecting a pompous ass. Bullies bully the weak. But if a bully goes up against someone who is their match, they go get their friends and minions to come. So they because they ain't got a clean fucking bone in their head. So they don't have like I said many times. I didn't come to Earth to play nice on an Earth on a playground full of bullies. People say, just go to school. How about you stand up to the fucking bully so that that bully doesn't go to another person and bully them? Bullies play on fear. If they can keep you in a state of fear, which is what they're doing right now. And I'm questioning, like the international court, are you the Galactic Federation? Because you say the UN and what have you, but the Galactic Federation, you keep hearing people shouting the Galactic Federation's here, what have you. So they're not doing it for the people. Because if they were, then they would be hauling Donald Trump and all like him into international court and throwing the books, not just a book, but the books. And I'm not talking. I'm not talking. I'm talking about the law of the feminine. Because the feminine balances all. The feminine goes back years. The feminine sees all. Horus and Ra, the two sons, and the mother. So when I hear people, whether it be a man or a woman, because women have like these with their mother and stuff like that. Maybe people, not maybe, you really need to look at your news because it's our fault why the world is the way it is. Nobody can make it, but eventually, so it's a part you can figure it out on your own, or you can force people to figure it out. It's on my way. You didn't face you didn't face the problem, you faced the devil. And I can't. You struggle from the forward. So what people don't realize is that you are stronger than the forward. You are stronger than the devil. So why do you keep running? Because that's what you're running from. You're trying to run from the devil instead of turning around and saying, "Hey, motherfucker, let's go." You might take a shit kicking, but when are you going to see it? People look at me like, "Oh, you're just an angry person." No, I'm actually not an angry person. I'm a fed up person. Like right now, like I know when there are a multitude of spirits, because sometimes my body just feels like it's on fire. And I know it's like burning the witches at the stake. And I'm at six characters. I spoke about it. It's like which lighter would you like? So they have different directions instead of focusing on the main focus. And those are the ones that you put in color to try to make you colorless. When are you going to take your color? It's like sit in place. peaceful assemblies. Then they send their millions to create chaos and say that it was peaceful protest. If the International Court is the highest of the courts over all the meaning of the countries, it's the UN, but, why are they not stepping? Fuck Senate, fuck Congress, because obviously they're not, like, are they doing anything? Because, this impeachment thing. But see, when a president gets impeached, then it should disqualify that vice president, and all other should be put out because it shows that it's a corrupt government. See, they say that there's more coming over. It's like, are you speaking up about what you know, or are you just switching sides because you feel it's the safer route? That ain't gonna save you. The only thing that's gonna save you is by exposing corruption. And it doesn't make you a rat. It makes you something. Like I said in the interview before, I said in the video, the fact that phone times with the kids, they took them by the ear. Well, they want to act like children. But see, the thing is, children act better than we do. So they're adolescent people in adult bodies. And I say it many times. The ones with the big corporations are involved in, like Donald Trump's making hand over fist. They were all making hand over fist when they were in presidency on the companies. Because it's their companies that they're bailing out because they're all affiliated and connected together. They all have stock in each other's businesses or companies or Fortune 500s or corporations or franchises or whatnot. They all have a stake in. That's why they hold the majority. I don't understand. Like, people say, well, we like what they're doing. We like what they're doing. And people say, we can't make everyone happy. Oh, yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. You just used to be selfish. Not selfless, selfish. Everybody should be begging because when you look, you're the only way that they say you're going to get your MP or what have you to act. Well, they can do it, but you have to like harass worse than they harass you. They're your nightmare. Make yourself theirs. Haunt their dreams, haunt their sleep. Do unto them as they do unto you. They like to tell you do unto others as others do unto you. So do unto them as they do unto you. I'm talking about the people you put in power. You give them that power and why? And I'm going to say to the international court, why are you not fucking stepping in? Because universal laws will hold you accountable too. Because universal law is actually the highest. And it's not the goal. It's not the galactic federation. Because there's a federation higher than you. And it's universal, which represents all of the universes, not just the galactic. And if you think I sound stupid, you must be a mega. And that's what I feel. Sorry. So when next time people say that you can't make everyone happy, actually you can if you do it right. But the ones in power don't want to do it right because that would mean that, they'd have to step off their podium before they got thrown off. I'll say it again. You know, I was in a vision. I was asleep, but it was real because I was running towards someone and they were standing on a podium and I was running towards them calling Yeshua. See anything in a book that leaves out the feminine, that's run off of masculine. So if you praise the masculine and you demonize the feminine and you leave the feminine out of the reproductive, where you say the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, you say that the Holy Spirit is a man. I think the only one that could pass off being a man, giving birth to a child, would be her. just go there for it. Are you offended if somebody says the word hermaphrodite? Some people do. Like some people don't even know what hermaphrodite is. You know, hermaphrodite means the hermaphrodite. We're all like you're you develop as a hermaphrodite. One becomes more pronounced than the other. And doctors don't know that it's hermaphrodite until it comes out, really. It's like a system. System. It is both masculine and feminine. It is the hermaphrodite. What you're going through right now is Atlantis and Lemuria and showing you. And if you don't get that, your ancient civilizations, you look at the stuff that you have now, and then you look at the articles and tell me that we're not much alike. CRISPR, that's the manipulation of human and animal DNA, and that's where you're getting these weird creatures. But people says, "Oh, it's AI, it's AI." No, they're excuse me, confirmation. They're telling you that a lot of it is more AI. There's two forms of AI: artificial intelligence, which is much of the machine, and alpha intelligence is the intelligence of the all-seeing eye, where your eyes are open and you see the truth of what it really is. We're climbing the ladder. Seriously, the UN, the international law, the international court, they know what you're doing. Why would they have like an international court where you're just in as a small circumference of the actual Earth? So did they put the prison in the middle of the Earth? Like and I looked back, and in the time of 12,000 years ago, there was actually a nuclear war. So is it that we're going back in history? Is that why Donald Trump wants the Golden Dome? Because if a nuclear bomb, if a nuclear, like to set a nuclear bomb off, it would implode. It's much like a flood, except it's more of a containment. That's Atlantis and Lemuria, and that's why, like you're saying, people don't believe me on it. Good, you don't have to. You look at the United States, that's more of a masculine country, whereas Canada is more of a feminine country. You getting it? If Donald Trump says about the Golden Dome, they say that it keeps things out, but if it can keep things out, then it can keep things in. That's why people perceive the Earth as being flat. But as I said it before, the Earth is it's like you're actually you're living within a ship. Okay. And that's what gives the illusion of everything being around because the two shit like it's like there's two ships connected, and then you have the core, which is the shape. They ate the apple. So if they ate the apple, they left the top, the core, and then the bottom, right? The in between, the center. The sun is. You say the sun is in the center, and it reflects out both ends. And then around what you class as an ozone layer, that's actually a force field. It's an aura, but it's actually much like Star Trek or Star Wars, things like that. They have the force fields to protect the ship, right? So when you look at the flat Earth, okay, people say that you say about the ice wall. How exactly is there an ice wall if the world is round? Oh, right, you say it's two halves. No, you don't say it's two halves. You just think that there's nothing beyond that ice wall. That's like your limited beliefs. There's nothing beyond that box, right? If it's not in your vision, then it can't exist outside of it. It can't. Nothing else can exist, right? Because you can't see the ice wall. What is it like? You probably you say you have the equator, around. When you look in most galaxies or most like what is it? It's more of a spiral, right? It's spirals. This is what it goes like. Waves that usually get or some it's like that and it's continued. So, if you have a spiral within a ship, it's like a stairwell, one of those stairwells that go like that. You're looking through the tunnel into the black hole. But that black hole, it doesn't just end. It comes out into another universe. Much like the human baby. And human rights, crimes against human rights starts from the time you are in the womb. because your rights are violated because you had no choice, even though you were growing, and they say about you. They try to kill you before you're even fucking born. So that's some say that's not true. When you put in your body, you know they should. The international court should be doing something about the fact that they're putting. People say, well, it's so expensive. They're putting aborted baby fetuses into vaccines and inserting those vaccines into your body, which many are carrying inherited diseases, which then gets inserted into your body. Crimes against humanity. So, hey, when we pop out, when we are born, that's when we should be able to go after them. But people won't get that. And my question is, why don't you get that? You hear people saying about the Galactic Federation talking med beds, med beds, med beds. Where the fuck are they? Seriously, med beds exist. Where the fuck are they? Why are they not out to the people? Oh, right, because you have to put yourselves in the med beds first so that you can keep leading, right? Man, aren't you crusty enough yet? Some people, these people, they want to rule. They want to rule. Are they afraid of how painful? Because when you go you need all the versions of yourself. It's the death and rebirth. And we're going through it now, but the international courts, if they're not going to do anything about it, then it's not about people going out and arresting people because they don't like it or because they question our authority. That's a tyrant. And it's trying to figure out what's worse, dictator or tyrant. A tyrant gives no shit about anybody else but themselves. No, a dictator gives a shit about their own people. A tyrant gives a shit about nobody else but himself. He throws his own fucking family in that box. I looked at a picture of him, Melania, Tiffany, Ivonica, and then his daughter, Lauren or Laura. And I looked at the picture and I said, Donald Trump with his $4. know what? I'll have to say it. I was looking at Augustus from Roman times. And when you look at the statue of Augustus, the face on him looks exactly like him. And then Claude or something like that. Claudius, he looks a lot like Donald Trump. How many of you are familiar with ISIS? And I don't mean like, you know, I mean ISIS. Oh, that's what that was on. Well, they both. Okay, because that's both. And ISIS is both. What did ISIS do with Osiris? She tried to bring Osiris back. So what did she do? She created Horus by putting the body parts of Osiris back together. Now, all this stuff that people like myself bring forward, people like you, but this is all the stuff that the higher ups know about, and that's why they are so protective over their coming, over protecting their wrongdoings, because they're infiltrated in everywhere, but you have good ones in there too. I'm not saying it's all, because you have the good ones in there trying to actually do something, but then you have the darkness of the shadows that, people say move in silence. Well, what Donald Trump is creating action, what's moving in silence? That's letting go of Donald Trump. But you'll say, oh, yes, it is. Have any of you seen how many times his fucking face changes? His body mass, his body structure. When I was looking at the picture of him and Melania and Tiffany and Monica and Laura, looked at Melania, you could see Donald Trump's face. Serious. I pick the side of the people and what's right for the people. And people say, well, you don't speak for me. Well, why can't I speak for you? You give a focus pass. You're great. But I would to say that, from watching people and watching on here and knowing what people actually, there's some that's saying, oh, well, we want to exterminate. You sound like a bunch of fucking ant colonies. wanting to conquer each other's dominion because you got your fire ants here, you got your piss ants here, and then you have your army ants. Seriously, look around you of how buildings are constructed, and then tell me that that is not of an ant hive colonies. I drew this back in 2020 when I went to my book. It looks like a kid sketch, but I just sat there and just did it. Still art. You look here, there's the ant. If you look here, there's the snake. Okay? How does the snake work? Underground, right? Different tunnels underground. I've seen people take it for some kind of liquid down so it would harden it to an ant's nest. And then they bring it up out to see the construction of the ant's nest. It's like if you look even the way they attack and what have you. And peachy. No. You know, people will say to somebody, well, what do you say? You can't say that because you didn't go to university and learn it. I say about history, but you didn't go to university. You're not a history. You don't know history. But just because you go to university, it doesn't mean that you can't see things and know exactly what it's bringing forward. People full of ego figure that everybody has to go to university, but hey, they can learn just as well. I mean, like on the internet, you can go look into things. Oh, right, because you have a professor up there and saying what all they did, but hey, not being rude, and I'm not downsizing your university degree or anything like that, but I am asking you why would you look down on someone else because you have a university degree if they know just as much as you do, if not more? It's over. It's like looking apart for her. Now, see, treaties are being violated. And there's a better way of building things, more sustainable. You ask yourself, right? When you look around and you see these ancient buildings, how the fuck are they still standing? And your twig house can't stand for more than 200 years. And that's if you upkeep it. But they'll tell you, oh, well, we lost the technology. No, you didn't lose the technology. You hit it. Excuse me 1 second, please. What I needed to say. I was just looking for my computer and the other one's sitting right up here. Well, shit, I had a hole in my mole in my lip. Siento mucho. That's what I was saying. The what you call it, just by the tree. Questa moto poi dichiarata durissima. Just bear with me. Yeah, shadow. I appreciate it. Okay. Show this again. I do this. See if this works. Oh, I don't know if you can see that or not. Maybe you can. I have to do this again. Okay. So in 2020, just after COVID, if you look here, okay, that signifies trans people here, okay, colonies, colonizers. This signifies the giants, which has coveted over the church. Okay, this is signifying an illusion, spell put on creations, the creator's creations, okay, the illusion, okay. And then up here you have the creeds, which are what you're seeing right now when they're telling you that it's AI. It's what's created by CRISPR. Okay, so this is the part of crimes against humanity. It's exposing, and this is the zoology. Okay, the zoology, the mask. And this is what I've seen in one of my visions. Okay, and it was fucking creepy. Like, I mean, it was creepy. I didn't know if the person had been skinned or burnt alive, but it had a really demonic dog with it, and it was there, but it was trying to like communicate, but it was weird because it was in a room and I was sitting on the bed, and someone came running in and ran and scurried under the bed, but they disappeared. Okay? And when that happened, I bounced like I just it was like it scared me. It was like I was in another room, but I was in more of what appeared to be like a cellar, much like what you'd see in an old abandoned concrete building, but in the areas underground, like a dungeon. And there was somebody there that I know them in my present life. I know them. They were in my dream and they were handing me a cup, and the cup actually represents the Holy Grail. It's the cup of knowledge. My cup floweth over. I said about the Ark of the Covenant. Many people see it as this figure, gold figure. That's what they perceive it to be as the physical civilization, symbolism. Okay, but the Ark of the Covenant is actually the human body. And see, they know all this, and this is why all this chaos is going on, because they don't want you to keep up to what it actually means. They're saying they make it from gold because it is worth it is it's worth so much in the way of gold. it's worth so much in the way of truth. Okay? When they say about the energy within it, okay, that's the expansion, that's the aura, and as you use your sword of Aaron and speak the truth, see your own past duties, even in past lives, which people don't believe in them, and that's fine. Ask yourself, where's your fucking dreams coming from? Dreams are memories, but they say that no, they put some kind of scientific or medical thing to it, and just so they can say. But they know all this. And see, the mother is here fighting with and for you. The mother is in the forefront. That's how, like, okay, the devil, the perceived devil, the Adam, the Uranus, all loving and kind until competition stepped in. And the competition was the child. Because the attention was no longer on the ego. There was a young woman on here, and she was saying about to become anyone, like when you become a mother, you're selfish. This coming from somebody who never had kids. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about somebody who had never had children and who has mommy and daddy wounds. See, to say that a mother has a child to be selfish means that you still have some inner work to do. Because a real mother doesn't have her children in a selfish way. Because with all due respect, if it wasn't for your mother, you wouldn't be here today. So you're saying she was selfish because she gave birth to you. Because we say, well, we didn't ask to be born. Are you sure about that? Because a lot of people are saying, before we came in this embodiment, signed a contract of the things that we were going to learn while we were here. And this same person has said that before that I'm talking about. Because I can see people's heart, and your heart is hurt, and you're living under a mask. When I first started watching this young woman, over time, she's gone, like, I can tell, like, even when she said stuff, she's gone through a lot. Yes, we are meant to be, we are meant to be independent, but not alone. Like her saying that, that's something that would come out of the fall, the pursuit of the fall, because the child becomes competition. So then that would be the mother would be selfish because she wasn't just happy with him. It's called creation, jackass. Even though I gave birth to my oldest son at the age of 15, I did not change anything. Our relationship is extremely rocky right now. I would still not change it. And anyone who says that he's not my child, whether I no longer whether he was adopted or not, I still have stretch marks. And the starfish around my boobs, well, it actually looks like a sun because it comes out like that, and most people's stretch marks go like that. This is the type of stuff that happens when the world is off balance. It happens with, like, if you go back to the story of Uranus and Gaia, it was actually Terra who birthed Uranus and Gaia. Well, she birthed Gaia with Uranus inside of the if you want to see what existence, the beginning said existence really looked like, then have a gander on what's going on. If you look at, like I said, if you look at the ancient civilization, they're trying to master it. That's the science part. And that's what like they're messing with the natural design. And they say because they want to create something different. But while they're trying to create something different, they're creating mutations and then setting them loose and saying that they're demons. The actual demons are the ones that are creating this stuff. And the only way that they can try and justify their wrongdoings is by telling you it's AI if somebody else sees it. That's the zero. It's creates. Because the angels are over here. The angels are the ones that come down. The souls. The old souls. Different versions. They're all coming. It's like coming down, but if you're in a prison planet. This is, where'd that go? And then when Justin Bieber sings that song, that he gets his life force from the source is the devil. And that's where they get into the problems with regards to their said fame. This is the world. Okay? This is where we are. This is what we live in. And this is the rest of what you're not seeing, or you're not being shown. And this is, I heard what you getting at. Okay. So this is where we are. This is the whole world. And you're only in here. Because you look at the planetary, okay, there's actually nine, like, be nine, right? they say about the planetary alignment. Well, everything is more in a spiral. It's like a funnel. If you take a pop ball and you spin it, what happens? It funnels, right? It's motion. So if you look at motion, okay, and the earth, if you say the earth is spinning as fast as it's spinning, if it's spinning as fast as they say it's spinning, how can it still remain round? Or a ball. But when you look at this, okay, okay, so we'll look at it from all corners of the world. And here, and here, and here, and here, 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 and here. Okay? So are you really seeing one side of it? Like you see at the moon, right? You see one side of the moon. So you see it planetary, right? Okay, because if it's a spiral and it's around 9 times, then there's four corners. Okay. So then we'll do another one. Okay. So we have here, 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 over here, go here, here, here. So one part of the world is coagulated. These are the planets. Another one, right? So another one. So your planets are more aligned there. Okay. Now let's go. This here, it's aligned, right? Each quarter of the world, of the universe, each quarter of the universe. Okay, you have your planetary alignments. Okay, right now, in some parts of it, you have four horsemen. Okay, four horsemen each has a certain part of each percentage of the world. Right, so that's where you're getting down, war, and conquest. Right. People are talking. You may not follow astrology. People are talking about the alignments of the planets, but are you even understanding what that metaphor meant? It's when all 9 planets align, right? Yeah, this is what the like. If these chords can keep it from the tail, I say keep you from understanding this, okay? Because your body is the universe. You are that. you are the part of like, if you look at say like ashes when you turn to like something clean, you turn that you turn to ash, right? So you're much like your body functions like the universe. Your flesh acts as the earth, and your internal is what is more of the universe. So your planetary alignment is actually what aligns within you. Your planets are your actually your chakras, the seals, and as each seal aligns, as each planet aligns, as each chakra aligns. That's when you find peace. See, everybody's like people's alignments are that you have to align within yourself, and that's why you're seeing planets aligning differently, and people are saying about the alignment of the planets. They're coming together. Like last night, I was looking like, you know, the Earth spins at the same rate, right? So if the moon is there, then the moon would go at the same rate as your as the Earth, okay? Right? Yeah, yeah. So if that's the case, and the moon is said to be a fixed entity in space, then would the moon be in the same place each time? But see, some nights, like depending on the time, some nights the moon's way the fuck over there, and then it's not out again. Sometimes last night the moon was there, but and at the same time, well, another night it was in a totally different place. Same time. But see, that's a lot of people don't take notice to that because they say, "Well, I don't give a shit." See, you know, I read up on what would happen if a meteorite or an asteroid or something hit the moon. Would be now a 1,000 kilometer wall that hit the moon. And if it hit the moon, it would implode it into many other moons. If it all comes to it, it wouldn't have enough energy. See, especially for a feminine female, the moon really affects our menstrual cycle. Psychologically, you know, some people are born on a moon track, right? It's like you say, the howl at the moon. Women get really moody. So, you know, hey, if it's around the moon time and she damn near chews your fucking head off, you might want to look to not your woman, but you might want to look to the system that is fucking your woman because the water level is actually supposed to be level. It's not supposed to, people say, well, it goes in and out. It's not supposed to. Do I look delulu? Probably. But the Earth is magnetic, runs off a magnetic. So you think this. Is it possible that the moon is not cool, but one massive fucking magnet? Seriously. The movement all around would actually shift the magnetic field and of the Earth, of the water. And do you know how many secret dams there are that you don't know about? And they're collapsing, and that's where you're getting a lot of your floods from. Fuck! Oh! You know what Donald Trump wants to pull out? Say the fuck off our land, man! Quisiste que tu política por elas, como nós, he's all about conquest. But he told you that, hey, you'll bring peace. I think he has a death wish. He doesn't care who he takes. So while you're freaking being divided in all different directions, I guess your entertainment is more important. You know, I see other videos where people will go up to, like, people who stand different versions of Charlie Kirk around. But people say, "Well, that's AI." Are you sure about that? Because I've seen a lot of, I've seen doppelgangers, a lot of them this past year. I was even told that there's a woman that went into a store that looks just like me. You know, they say we have like travel parts of our body, but it's because, like, a lot of the time you can do it how you can do it when you want, but a lot of the time you're doing it in your sleep state, and sometimes you're doing it to get away from yourself. That's magical, but it's a form of spirit. You know this, and if they can keep your spirit down, keep you in utter chaos and separate it and fighting. See, it's not that one person that killed that woman. It was the system that protected it. I'm not here to preach to you about God or about God. Yes, parts of it comes up, but it's the spirit. than just on the systems themselves, because we are what gave those systems the power. So next time, if you don't vote, and next time somebody says to you, I'm going to say, tell you that, I'm the one with the say. So maybe you should keep the trap shut because you already gave somebody else the permission to speak for you. Just saying. It's much like it's much like that. We speak for ourselves because we didn't give our say to speak for us because they're not speaking for us. They're speaking for themselves. And your voice most of the time, depending on which one you get, goes like that first because they don't give two shits. Literally, Donald Trump was his sit next to people. Does he have problems? Is it from the sexual trauma that he experienced when he was younger, over and over again? And like I said, is it dementia that he has? Or is it that, you're just like Hitler and you might want to go to check for your syphilis? Didn't a lot of leaders have a sexually transmitted disease? Many leaders, what they meant, womanizers. They called the women the whores, but they were the actual man whore. And they caused diseases. Spirit showed me what goes on. And when you see these guys like this stuff, like when you see about Diddy, and they'd have these parties and they all be dressed in white. That didn't represent purity. They wore it because the blood showed up, and they got off of it. They'd have sex in blood. How many lights did they take for those black lights? The ones the inspector uses. How much blood did they find in those places? Semen, all that stuff. Why did Donald Trump actually do all of that? Like, it was because he's got to feel good about himself. Because unless he was rich, was free. But what are they like? What is really being hidden? What you got to turn it to marble so that you can feel. Just saying. It's easier to smash someone's head by slamming it to a marble floor than it is for it to go up against the wall, right? Marble is easy to clean up. Do you know how many dark shadows and demons we have? And it ain't so white. But didn't even white house. You know, you didn't even want to go over there because it wasn't white. I'm not saying he's any better. I'm not saying that he didn't do good things. You know, you perceive it as good things, and others perceive it not. The same as Donald Trump. People perceive good, and others perceive it not. And why? Because once again, you don't care if the other side has what they need, as long as you have. Do you know, did Putin give Donald Trump so much time to bring things forward? Is that what the ball was about? This is what we got on you? Because, you know, Putin did work for security, Highland security or something. Hey, everybody else is allowed to question these things and talk about these things. But see, the thing is, the minute I start talking about it, nobody wants to talk about it anymore. Well, hey, we're all violating human rights. We're saying we're condemning people for religion. I'm still trying to understand certain people's beliefs and how they think it's okay to fucking shoot someone in the face and then, you know, watch the guy walk away and record him. You should have been, you should have actually done a citizen's arrest and then called the police or, you know, the actual authority. And maybe the ones that work for ICE, that are ICE workers, you all know that they're on the front because no person in their right mind would shoot someone in the face just because they were trying to drive away. They would just shoot because I watched. We shot about 3 times. That's not someone in self-defense. That's manslaughter for second or third time. No shit. The one that was actually holding on to the door. Might have got more injured than one, but she was really good for a few years. She was a control freaks. You gotta show your power, you gotta show your authority. Dick's not big enough. Si que te purifica por eso, el mundo que se fell both for a lady. Shit. Do you know that pigs were the significance of the demonic energies? And Donald Trump calling a woman a pig, that's what he's trying to signify. Because if you look, I should frame something like I should get some of these posted off because I have some good pictures I could sell. Get it right up in the tire. That's and that's a pretty picture. See, I know that there's extraterrestrials because they actually helped me. people say that, oh, there's just a dream. Is it? That's why after I have the dream, now, can somebody tell me where my cat is disappearing to? Famous that face there. This, oh yeah. And there's my dog. See his face? Oh, come on. Well, I think that one's cool. That's the ship, the golden stroller. There's that picture. You see, it has like a tail. So this here is coming through, and I said it before. The snake is the dragon. It was the man that did what was perceived to be the forbidden fruit and gave the knowledge to the feminine. But the original feminine already had the knowledge. The knowledge was here we go. Okay. She has it, way up, she has it, way up, she has it. Okay. So if you look here on the slide, right here, okay, what's that? Ugly unkept. Okay, that's how the perceived when you demonize the feminine. It's like the ugly and unkept. Call women sluts, whores, cunts. Every derogatory word that you call them. This is with regards to a lot of like Trump followers, mega, like it's crimes against humanity. And what's happening is rights are being violated, men's rights are being violated. I'll be honest. Do I agree that a transgender male should be going in the women's washroom? No, I don't. You see transgender men fighting to get in women's washrooms, but you never see transgender women trying to get in men's washrooms. What's wrong with that? No offense to transgender, but I'm saying really, what's wrong with that picture? So in that respect, yes, I do agree with Donald Trump. And you know, I'm going to lose followers. You're going to get offended by it, but if you get offended by it, then you understand the point. Transgender women are not trying to get into a male's bathroom. Men wouldn't care anyways, probably. But transgender men are fighting to get in. I've even seen a man say that if any woman tries to get in my way of me going in a women's washroom, I'll fucking punch them. That you're not a transgender. You're a disturbed little man. They always had co-ed. And I've seen people asking a man ask like, you know, my daughter, should I take her into a math washroom? A woman shouldn't even be taking her son into a math washroom. You should be going to the family washroom. And as far as like transgender men and women or anybody that wants to co-ed with the washroom, that, you know, years ago they always had a co-ed with more than one stall too. Like I've gone to a gay bar and there transgender it's a bar. It's an understanding. It's like you have different washrooms, but there should always be a co-ed because straight people go to the bar. And I'm not saying that transgender or gay washroom because I knew this young woman and because of the way people were, which I mean I was trying to understand myself in many ways because she referred to herself as a boy and she was gay. She had a boyfriend, which I'll be honest, that made no sense. And that's why people are getting so angry with regards to transgender and you know, trying things to do to school and reading to your children. I don't your children are not even developed and you're fucking teaching them that shit. What's wrong with you? It's okay, teach them about the human it happens, but you know, they're developing. Let them develop naturally. That type of stuff is up to the parents. Which, with regards to that, all parents should be educated on it, not somebody else educating your child, and that's the problem. People don't want to educate each other appropriately. People's going to get offended by the stuff I say, but hey, at least I have the courage to say about it. Like, I know somebody told me that their 15, like a few years ago, their 15-year-old daughter wanted to get gender formation or something, and when she turned 18, she was going to start taking the pills to do it. Please don't hurt your boy. You see yourself as someone else, but don't change your body. If you want to be gay, gay. Because I'll tell you, if you change your body, it's because what's happening is you're trying to trick other people who would not be into it, and then you wonder why so many of them are getting the shit kicked out of them because they're being dishonest from the get go. I'm being honest about it. Could you imagine if a straight guy kissed a transgender and they still had their penis and they weren't gay? What happens? But you'll blame the person that was being deceived instead of the deceiver. That's right. Like we're in a world of dishonesty. You can't even be honest about your what you've done and your gender. You want to trick everyone. Shit, I'll be honest. When I was younger, do you know what I used to do? Because I wanted to know what it was like, what it was like for a man to pee standing up. I would, a few times, I actually straddled the toilet to see what it was like for a man to pee. Seriously, am I ashamed to come out and say that? People would probably say, "Oh, you should be embarrassed for saying that." Why? Because it was part of, like, understanding yourself. You know, I'll tell you another story. When I was five or six, me and this girl were the same age. We were in the bathroom, and where we were in the bathroom, the man that lived there had porno magazines in the bathroom, and her and I, we were looking through them, and we started like figuring out what they were doing. Kids explore what they see. And see, you're being distracted with everything else. You're like, some are just like it distracted you from the Epstein files, which, let's never heard any more of that coming out. And all of that should have been out a long time ago because they started calling for it in 2000, and then in 2022 they did something to stall it. Because they've been trying to bring up the Epstein files before 2019. Do you know, like, I'm like, with all the evidence they have, they say, oh, well, we got to do this. Okay. That's just another excuse because people are like, accusing something for it. So international law, message to the international court. They violated every fucking international law, every judicial law, every constitutional. They violated it all. So either you're doing the same thing as them or you're not doing your job or they got something on the ones at the head. Corruption, human rights, practical guide, International Court of Justice, international. HEGU is the principal jurisdiction organ of the United Nations. Okay, right now, on Monday, 12th of January 2026 to Thursday, January 29th, application of conviction of the provisions and punishment and crime of genocide. The Gambia versus Myanmar. Myanmar. 11 states intervening. Public hearings on the merits of the case. That's what's going on at the International Court. You know, what Donald Trump has done, shouldn't that be an automatic not going through any channels, you know, he committed a crime. So instead of Venezuela president or prime minister being kidnapped or, bought and taken out of the country, shouldn't Donald Trump be going through the same thing right now? I seen one guy. He said he owns Lamb Island in Greenland, and he said he'd actually be happy to sell it to Donald Trump. And he said that few people know what lies on that island. It's ancient treasure. You may own the island, but you don't own the treasure. And if they actually look back into property records, you probably find out that you don't even own that land because it was probably an allodial deed, which would have been passed down from family to family that could never be sold. But see, Donald Trump wants the treasure because if he can get the treasure, then the United States, well, he won't be bankrupt. Asshole. I heard bitch, and I said asshole. So, hey, the man who says he's all for Donald Trump, he's probably not for Donald Trump, just for the money that he receives. That's what greed does. Because, dude, you probably, maybe you knew the treasure was there, but, you know, maybe you just had the island because, but I'll tell you right now, if you're on the side of, I'm not saying about picking sides, but I'm saying this guy who wants to sell this land to Donald Trump, whose money is he buying it out of? Because you said you're selling it to Donald Trump. Are you selling it to Donald Trump or are you selling it to the United States? Because if you're selling it to the United States, then it's not Donald Trump's. It's the people's. So whatever treasure would be found on there, it would belong to the people, not Donald Trump. That's the same as the TV show Curse of Oak Island. Buying most of Oak Island, but there's one gun in there that's not selling. But the Curse of Oak Island, Freemasons told me, oh, well, that's not real. No, the other is. It's not a fucking myth, but they want you to think it is, and that's why, I'll tell you right now, screw you. Because you got greedy hands. Still haven't figured out what 40 feet below truth was 4 million pounds or something like that. I look on there and it's like, okay, because the land is small. My sixth great granddaddy's land, and the land where Nolan's Cross is was my sixth or seventh great granddaddy's land. Both sides of it. When I went there, it's how much they try to cover things up. Because when I went there, they said that some people go in here and they have spiritual experience. But when I had this spiritual experience, they tried treating me like a demon. Basically, I thought they did them. He even said on there that they think there's human gold in the tried. People say that Donald Trump has the Ark of the Covenant doesn't actually have one of the Ark of the Covenant. No, his is fake gold. I watched a thing where they have this fake gold that it's fake, but it looks and appears so real. So why Donald Trump is putting all this money into the White House and saying that everybody else before him wanted it. Yeah, they all wanted to dress in their little tutus and dance around with little girls. Whoa! Maybe some of them did. But seriously, you're getting angry with poor people and saying throw the fate on the existence. Meanwhile, your president is taking your money. And he says, oh, well, I'm paying for the ball. No, it's not. No, what? All the terrorists that he stole from you? Oh, what? Yeah, he said they brought in, what was it? 650 million in tariffs. And oh, we're rich. We got all this of the tariffs, but hey, you owe 38.4 billion, $4 trillion. But the UN continues to allow this bullshit to happen. I thought you were the big power. got on y'all? It's true. Mega, like they're going on there and they're acting like punching their face. Saying, come on, we're ready to. You'll be ready if you don't knock yourself out first. Seriously, the international courts should be doing something about it because he's instigating violence. He's rearing these people up where they're actually physically punching themselves to act and like they're fucking all tough and ready to rumble. The only fucking rumble that you're gonna have is the rumble that comes out your ass every time you fucking fart because you shit yourself. Why act big? You probably act like punch you, bitch, and I'll put you to the ground and fart on your head. Wait, I'll leave that to my little sister. She likes to fart on the fence. Seriously, no. Like, I'm serious. Why do you have so much fucking hate? Maybe you should be drained of a little bit of your testosterone and have a little estrogen. Did mommy didn't give you enough hugs? And if your mom or dad wasn't around, I'm sorry for that. But the system is what creates broken families. So when I say someone will never speak of evil, it's because you see it, you hear it, you speak up about it, then others start to they create fear for you to speak, to see, or hear. That's what you look away when something uncomfortable is happening. Do you know, I want you to think of this way, okay? Peter Pan, okay? Another one. The shadow was the only thing that could allow you. Peter Pan was the one that could allow you. Okay? So you think you have the ice wall, right? People say that you won't go through. Is that where we're living on Neverland and Peter Pan is saying whether you can come or go? Peter Pan was Pan Piper, which was, or Pied Piper, which was Pan. Peter Pan once again with the magical flute. That's where the bad boys, the lost boys, and that's what you see when they're going up and they're punching themselves. They're lost boys. They're the proud boys, but they got nothing to be fucking proud of. I watched them, and the one that I see, like, there's so much hate in that boy. Seriously, watch the series once. Because the world is filled with illusions and magic. There are devils, angels. There's all those mythological creatures that take types. See, you class like you would class Lilith as the black fairy, but Lilith turned dark because she was trying to protect her son from the great evil because the fairies come and told her that her son was a savior. So she was looking for her son. She committed a great evil. She said, and that was great evil. Was she kidnapping her or was she looking for her child? It's like you take what will a mother do? If a mother loses her child, they freak out or they go numb. Was she actually killing children or was she going after other fairies or sprites? Sprites are more than so. See, the thing is, when people are posting things that your brain can't comprehend, and you say it's AI, well, I'm supposing that more often than not, it's not the people that are saying it, but it's the corrupted ones that are trying to keep it as an illusion, because then you'll catch on to what they're really doing. First, it was, they were doing DNA with sheep because sheep were the closest thing to switching organs with humans. There was a zoology. But this is all crimes. It's crimes against humanity. It's crimes against not just humanity, but the planet itself. And the UN stated that they're for the planet too. What happens to the Earth, planet, affects people. What happens to people affects the planet. All animals, plant life, the life in the sky. Somebody would say, "Eric, you're a tree hugger." Yes, I'm a tree hugger. I would hug a tree. But I stand up for people. And like I said, even if my worst enemy is right on something, I would say that they were right on it. If I knew they were wrong, say they were wrong. It's not about me, but it's like shit. It's finding the balance, like the taking responsibility for the actions that they perform or took. But a message to the international court: if you're not going to do your fucking job, let the people do the job. It's not about like any more murders or anything like that. Killings. But they'll say, you got to have bloodshed. Egos have to have bloodshed because it creates more and more, and it thrives off chaos. Because as long as it keeps everything chaotic, it doesn't have to look at its own problems. So hey, Donald Trump, stop trying to hide behind your STD and go get a reach. People say, "Oh, you're lying about him. You're lying about him." Am I? You're sure about that? Has he ever allowed them to give him an STD or an STD checkup? Or maybe that's why his system's failing, because it comes down. See, to be the side that looks at Donald Trump and idolizes him. Oh man, you get all these fucking women, dude. I can't even get. Holy shit, bro. How the fuck do you do it? Because he thinks because he's got money, everybody wants to suck his dick. Oh, or should I say penis? I'd say something because I think he's probably insecure about that part of it. It's like I see where some of the old Trump's behavior stem from, but he's an adult and he's been an adult for quite some time. The only one that would say that wrong that they say it is someone who was hijacking other people and wants to get away with the things that they've done themselves. I was watching Charmed yesterday. I had heard times yesterday with Furies. See, Furies would go after evil and make it feel something. That was created. Furies were created by Uranus. That would be much like mind control. That's being used. That removes your freedoms because that's your freedom of freedom. But like I said, there's going to come a time where, if people don't smarten up and see things for what they are, and start trying to kill each other and beat on each other, God's going to step in and you're going to lose your freedom. In ways, they're trying, like, it's like they're not trying, they're taking your free will from you, but not in a way that is to help you. When I say the part, okay, let me rephrase this. Okay, with regards to God stepping in and removing your free will, it means that the Spirit of God will overwhelm you to the point where you will finally stay. Hey, they're just before Christmas. I was driving down over an overpass, and there were three men in the middle of the road. Two of them were fighting, the other one was trying, like, I don't know if he was trying to get them off each other or what, but it was fucking ridiculous. And until my ex-husband told me to pull over, he got out, but he didn't go. And I got out of the car, people said, "Let's just try." That was spirit. spirit was saying, enough is enough. Get your fucking shit. Get yourself out of the fucking road. Because I wasn't speaking English. And I could feel spirit just in body. And it was like, phew. It was just like, I've had enough. And it was like, I felt like I was going to go up and just drag the both of them and up to the side and side. But my voice and the languages stopped it. To the point where one was trying to like telling me what was going on. And I said, like, I told him, I don't care. It's Christmas. Just stop. And then that same guy wanted was wanted to hug me, was trying to hug me. And it was like, no. But it was a thank you. But then I think the littler guy, I think he was trying to come up to try and challenge me, which would have been a big mistake for me. Because, when spirit wants to embody you in a protective way, that's a superhuman strength. And this is what they're trying to keep you from embodying your superhuman strength, your gifts, and they'll demonize it for you. But they're using it, and they're using it on these so-called you got people on here saying, "Oh well, Donald Trump ain't going to get impeached. He's the best president ever." They weren't all gangsters. Some of them had mental health issues, but it got played. Because I'm going to say, and this is going to like piss a lot of people off because how dare you say that about Jesus? But yeah, if they had to usher him out of there and he was said to be God, then he would not back down. Part of it said he didn't come to change the world. He came to help people wake up. He said he was the lowest one. He was so lawless that he had to, they had to protect him online because he was their source. Has anybody watched the series Charmed and realized what the source is? Because the source was all about power, control. But he rarely ever did his own deeds. He'd always send his minions who lost children, the lost boys and babies. And then the Tinkerbells that were jealous of the Wendy's. How many have seen the tail of a scorpion or a spear? Yeah, I'm gonna try to figure out how I can get some. Because they're pretty cool. They should be on people's walls. That's what you call cute. That's when he was littler. There it is. Yeah. If you look in the clothing, that it looks like a trident or not trident. It's like a almost like a stinger or like a scorpion, but also not just like a scorpion, but also like a spear. Give me one second. you know, no such had to be crazy on any of this. But, we need to look at things that are different. And I will say it, that when Trump goes, all those that keep running with him, including the vice president, needs to, because they don't have those best interests. Because, there's nothing, when I haven't been seeing anything about, like, Candace Owens or anything about the Charlie Kirk thing, or Erica Kirk or anything. So, it's from one distraction to the other. But I'm going to keep telling people over and over again that say about the matrix. If you want to break the matrix, then you need that it's about sharing your story, sharing your truth of what you experience with things. But a lot of people won't do that. Because in order to do that, that means that you have to face that shadow aspect of things. So, to the ones that vote, if you're not happy with what you've got, then maybe you should keep your mouth closed and not say to people who didn't vote has no say. Because I'll use my fucking sword again. So, unless you want to take your state back, you know, you vote them in. And that's when you give up your say. Because you stand there in front of people and you say, well, so and so speaks for me. When are you going to learn to speak for yourself? People say, well, we need to, like, you got to vote because these people are the ones that do this or do that. Do you know that the way of things is like, they want to, certain individuals want to create war because as long as they can create war, they can go without having elections and stay in power. And they know that. And that's why they keep doing what they're doing. And that's why things cannot get overturned because you're not listening to what's really happening. You're the one that's kicking. If you want them out, you have to stop doing what it is that they want you doing. And that's to be at each other's throat. That's to have war because as long as they have war, they get to stay in power. And is that what they say about the last president? Because he thinks that, if he creates enough war, that, it just keeps going with their people. What countries are said to be the four corners of the world? Phrase four corners of the world can refer to different concepts, but often points to Kazula, Greater Point in South Africa, where Botswana, Numere, Zambia, and Zimbabwe meet at the Zimbabwe rivers, a unique spot where four countries border each other. Historically, it referred to the distant land, while the U.S., the Four Corners Monument marks with Arizona, Colorado, Mexico, and Utah. So you say from the Middle East, okay? So when asked, when they say Middle East, could they actually be referring to the Middle East of the United States and not so much the Middle East? What? Oh, okay. You say the Antichrist comes from the East, but you say Middle East, but Middle East would actually mean the Middle East of the country and not the world. But hey, I'm allowed to question this stuff because you're the Pope. You figured everything was supposed to come from the Middle East. Well, the Pope is in the east of the United States too, and so is Donald Trump. Peter and Paul, back off, Bula. Disse que tem que no voto prieto, Turisia, mãe. Why I don't choose religion. When you take each body into the religion, no matter what God you receive to be, that's where corruption can run rampant because everything is done you see in the name of God, including the killings and corruption, because you want to exterminate. What do people do to ant colonies? The ants nest. They pour things down it in order to kill. Think of think of these humans as okay. Come out of the human aspect and step yourself into the animal aspect, okay, or the insect, okay, because ants, okay, you have the grasshopper, which is the 1%, and they want to dominate the ants. So the worker ants have to work for them and gather all the harvest and give all the harvest to them so that they survive and profit. And then put tribes or colonies and put them against one. That's why they say, like, everybody's dividing into one tribe, and then they're fighting. I guess we're still, you say modern times, but we're in a sense like that. You're still in fucking barbaric times. Just more fucking materialistic crap. So it's like I'm fed up with hearing people say about war when you keep doing the same thing over and over again. This ain't just the third time you've been in this rodeo. You've been going through this cycle. You think that we've just had one world war, like only two world wars so far, the third world war? Do you realize how many fucking world wars you actually had? You just don't remember them, or they were removed from history. But see, if you look at every world war, it all contains the same stuff in history, but all at the same time. Think of it this way: what would happen if the worker, if we'll say worker ants, because we are the worker ants, we are the people, the people, worker ants. Okay? See, they would say that people like myself are terrorists because we're saying for everybody to just, stop and stand against them, because that's what the ants did in the movie Ants up against Hopper. Hopper was the ultimate, was the bully, but then Hopper got defeated, and even one of Hopper's movies, like the ants, not like Hopper. Hopper actually got taken away from the bird, so I guess Hopper's going to have, well, not have, but you go in that movie. He's going back in the loop, so he wants to take his movie with him. But more and more of his followers are actually following, falling, falling away from him. The fall of Babylon, the fall of Babylon. People look at Donald Trump, and I see that Donald Trump has a lot of resemblance, a lot of resemblance in the way of how he perceives and what he does. Solomon, and strangely, I have an 11th grade granddaddy. 11th great granddaddy, whose name was Solomon Halimi. Coincidence? Who fucking knows? But what I am saying is that he has a lot of traits the same as what Solomon did. He wields the so-called ring. So right now he has demons under his control. Much like Solomon did. Solomon had 700 wives and fuck knows how many mistresses. You just think, like, he had 700 wives. How many kids did he have? That tells me a womanizer. And like, what culture is it that they have more than one wives? Because isn't that classed as adultery? So if it's classed as adultery, how then would it be legal for someone like that? Like, how many wives does Donald Trump have? Because just because he has one wife in this country, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have wives in other countries. Just saying, because really, does it have to apply? Because the sanctity of marriage isn't the sanctity of marriage anymore. Because, like I said the other day, you put a piece of paper and you live with it. And you take a union and you turn it into a contract. That's much like when you vote. You have, like, it's like unity, because you put your trust in this person. So when you do that ballot, it's much the same as signing a contract, only you don't have your name there. It's anonymous, but they know who you are because you got a number. They write down what, like, they write your name down, they write all your information down. And if you think they don't write your ballot number down, then you know some will probably come on here and say, "Well, no, we don't do that." They know who gets what. So why? How do you think they end up, like, with all this bullshit going? God forbid you don't vote for him. He might punish you and take everything away from you. You know, they do say, he does say, "What I give it, I can take it away." I thought when you gave something, it was very strategic, you couldn't take it away because it was there. Seriously. Told you, my channel's not very good. I'll be last month crap visual. You won't touch me up from my head, and that's okay. And it's que tu por ahí no, but you can do this to my waist. It's super okay. And okay, I just see all this to be a distraction because it's one thing and then it's another. Like, I know we're going to all the talking with people is about Venezuela, and now it's about the woman getting shot in Minnesota. Before that, it was the Epstein files. Before that, it was like the Donald Trump trying to make Canada the 51st state. It's like we're not a 51st state. We are a country. We make the shit out of each other, but we don't put it on other people's countries just so okay, because you actually something you like to talk people, right? Because we're not morons. We're not stupid. And to the ones that want to bring it to talk and say, oh, we need you, we need the states. I bet you if we looked, we find out that you were something from the states, that you were actually living in the states. I know when I seen that picture, it was and Tiffany and Monica, Laura, whatever, I said daughter-in-law, but I believe that they're all his daughters. He already said, his daughter was good looking. He married. So maybe he did pick one of his daughters. And I don't even think that is his. If it is his, I question whether it's with because, people say, oh, well, we seen them pregnant. Do you know how fucking realistic they can make pregnancy bellies now? Seriously. I said that they're Iguana. Well, if you look at Pam Blonde and Iguana around the same age, they look more alike. Or, like, yeah, they look, they look mother and daughter. And then Ivanica looks like Pam Blonde. And she would look like Iguana, even if she was the pregnant. I think Iguana is actually Pam Blonde's daughter. And they haven't figured out what, if you look back in the ancient world, they like to marry their family members, their daughters, brothers, sisters, because they wanted to keep the bloodline pure. People think that the manipulation and all that stuff is just new. They were doing that in ancient times. It's never stopped. They just, it's like Atlantis and the Mary, the fall of Atlantis. One was AI, artificial intelligence, and the other one was telephone intelligence, which is a connection, the soul connection to spirit that was born indigenous. It's been like that because both have been here. So, there's North America, actually, Atlantis. I found out that Nova Scotia is actually connected with Europe and Africa. And isn't that what the seriously, I looked into the RH negative factor, and that matches up because the European settlers, mine came from France. Like, well, many other originated from France. Some came from Germany. But people believe that, they were sure that they were much like, you know, I'll say the word Indians, because they even looked into that, and a lot of them came from India area. So if an RH negative RH back European and was connected to Nova Scotia, what's the chances that they were from? And people say, well, the blood has nothing to do with it. It's the connection. It's a blood type that gets passed down because, for only people, parents have to have an O factor and a negative. And, well, O negative is the universal donor. That's why it's on so much high demand. And, you know, if you think that they're only checking your blood type for what's in, like your mineral, like, no. That's why they put all this DNA stuff out there for you to get your genealogy. The best way without giving your DNA up is by doing your genealogy research. I did my genealogy. It's all right here in this bag. Holy shit, man. So, hey, if you're that hard, like if you want to know, just do a bit of reading. You might learn something about your family and yourself more so that way than by doing a DNA test. They should know the different places, different more about your family. But some people will say, "Oh, no, this is no family." Well, I'll say it again. For them, I guess, fucking weird. So I guess they are family. Well, hey, that actually looks like something you'd see in astrology. But hey, it's look like I took that picture. Okay, I'm gonna leave it here. So you all have a great evening, or some of you might be getting ready to go to bed now. With that being said, I'm sending you all much love, light, many blessings, most importantly, very good health to anyone and everyone wanting you need to receive yourself. I want you all to be big, bold, brave, will support you, be yourself, be your authentic self. Be true and kind to yourself, remember you have more strength than recovery in good times. You know, sit with things for a minute. Sit with yourself for a minute and see where spirit